And they're off. Ghostly Perfection broke a step slowly. Running Argument out well with Brazilian Legacy on the inside. Fix Your Hair Up Pretty is racing wide on the course from third, a neck better than Gambler's Pose, and now Ghostly Perfection tries to advance along the rail. Only 3 lengths front to back, the lead belongs to Running Argument, a neck better than the 3 to 5 favorite Brazilian Legacy. A gap of 3 to Fix Your Hair Up Pretty, racing 3 deep with Gambler's Pose between horses and Ghostly Perfection on the rail. The opening quarter into the wind was 23 seconds flat, and now Running Argument tries to give the slip to Brazilian Legacy. She's opened up 2.5. Fix Your Hair Up Pretty is a clear third on the outside with Gambler's Pose under a ride from fourth, and Ghostly Perfection trails the field. Just over a quarter of a mile to travel, it's Running Argument on top. Brazilian Legacy swings to the outside to try and rebid as they pass the half in 47-1. It's Running Argument. Brazilian Legacy second. Fix Your Hair Up Pretty is third. Running Argument trying to hold off Brazilian Legacy, who's still a length and a half back, 5/8 in a minute flat. Running Argument still on the lead. Brazilian Legacy is trying, making a bit of a dent, but the wire is coming up. Running Argument, Brazilian Legacy, Running Argument holds on. Running Argument wins by a neck over Brazilian Legacy, then Fix Your Hair Up Pretty, Gambler's Pose, and Ghostly Perfection. 6 furlongs and 1:13-1. And they're off. Sharply out is Misty Point with Golden Spring from the outside, and She's Hot to Trot ridden to keep up. Sky Divine also joining the early fray. Night Saber is taken back to fourth, and Silent Tribute trails. They begin to sort themselves out now. It's a speed duel between the outside two. Golden Spring now getting a length clear of Sky Divine, and these two have opened up 5 lengths on Misty Point. She's Hot to Trot is on the inside from fourth after the sharp beginning, with Night Saber to her outside, and Silent Tribute continues to trail. 22-4 for the opening quarter. Golden Spring is trying to run them off their feet as they turn for home. She's up by 5 lengths. Sky Divine is beginning to stall. She's Hot to Trot splitting foes with Misty Point to her outside and Night Saber widest with just over a furlong to go. They still have 4 lengths to make up on Golden Spring. Night Saber coming down the outside with She's Hot to Trot. Golden Spring and Juan Crawford still clear. Coming down to the wire, Golden Spring will hold on. Golden Spring wins by 1.5 over She's Hot to Trot, Night Saber, and Misty Point. 1 minute and 1. And they're off. Menagerie broke well. From the center of the gate, Super Cop is showing speed with Wicked Mercury. Also deep on the course, Alberta Be Mine. Sweet Serenade, it's a tussle for the early lead. 3 across the track as they race into the turn. Super Cop is racing on the inside of a rank Alberta Be Mine with Sweet Serenade racing 3 deep. Menagerie is taken back racing on the inside of Wicked Mercury. In It to Win It racing 3 wide with Miss Ozige between horses, then Taylor Moon, and the trailer is Born to Be Good. 10 lengths front to back as they turn into the backside. The opening quarter was 24-1, and now Sweet Serenade has the lead racing in the 3 path. Between horses, Alberta Be Mine and Super Cop saves ground. It's 2 lengths back to Wicked Mercury, who's on the inside of In It to Win It. Miss Ozige is mid-pack. Taylor Moon is next on the inside as Menagerie drops out, and Born to Be Good can see them all. They race into the far turn. They're taking closer order now. Super Cop, Alberta Be Mine, and Sweet Serenade. Wicked Mercury looms dangerous on the outside. Miss Ozige needs somewhere to go. Taylor Moon in traffic trying to get past in it to win it. There is a quarter of a mile left to go. Sweet Serenade clinging to a short lead as Wicked Mercury comes up 4 wide and Miss Ozige swings to the far outside. Born to Be Good trying to rally from last and Taylor Moon down the extreme outside, but Wicked Mercury has shot 3 lengths clear. Miss Ozige is trying desperately with Taylor Moon coming, but Wicked Mercury is too good for them. Wicked Mercury and Zero Ford will go on to an easy score. 3 lengths at the wire. Miss Ozige second, then Taylor Moon and Menagerie came back on. 125 and 2. And they're off. Bingo's Grind was out slowly. Speedy Bullet out well from the center of the gate with Miss D's Pride, best in class, and Wolf Beach widest of all. Daddy Send Money also vying for position from the inside. Final Run for Love is going to track this quintet, and the trailer after the slow break will be Bingo's Grind. 5 across the track. It is a battle for the lead. Daddy Send Money. Bingo's Miss D's Pride, Speedy Bullet, Best in Class, and Wolf Beach. The opening quarter was 23 and 2, and these 5 have opened up 5 lengths on Final Run for Love, who's worked his way off of the inside. Trailing the field still is Bingo's Grind. They race into the turn. They're still 4 across the track. Daddy Send Money with a short advantage. Miss D's Pride, Speedy Bullet, and Wolf Beach widest of all. Final Run for Love is trying to make a 3-deep rally past Best in Class, and Bingo's Grind is saving ground. The half was 47 and 3, a quarter of a mile to go, and now Wolf Beach has the lead, but Final Run for Love is gaining on the extreme outside, looking for somewhere to go. Bingo's Grind is in traffic. Daddy Send Money is fighting back on the inside. It's Daddy Send Money. Wolf Beach is there. Final Run for Love grinding down the far outside, and he's gaining on Daddy Send Money. Here comes Bingo's Grind from the back, flying. Bingo's Grind and Kirk Johnson from absolute last going away. A photo for place, I think it's Daddy Send Money over Final Run for Love, and then Wolf Beach, 120 flat. And they're off. Fanny M was out well from the rail, Dreaming of Hope ridden for speed and getting ahead, trying to split foes. Give Me the Boots is going to track this trio in the early running, and Linda's Opal will have to come from last. 3 across the track as they race down the backside. Dreaming of Hope on the outside, getting ahead in the middle, and Fanny M on the rail. Now Give Me the Boots swings to the far outside to launch her bid. Linda's Opal has 8 lengths to make up on the leaders. 22 and 3 for a quick opening quarter today. Give Me the Boots puts the head in front of Dreaming of Hope. Getting ahead is back into third, struggling as Fanny M has called it quits, and Linda's Opal going to try and launch a rally. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Dreaming of Hope trying to fend off the bid of Give Me the Boots. Here comes Linda's Opal with momentum from the back on the far outside. Now Dreaming of Hope shakes clear of Give Me the Boots and opens up 2 lengths. Give Me the Boots is tired on the outside. Linda's Opal trying to rally with getting ahead, but Dreaming of Hope is much the best. Dreaming of Hope and Zero Ford cruising into a 6-length score. Give Me the Boots will hold second from Linda's Opal, then Fanny M and Getting Ahead, 105-2. And they're off. Danish Cookie asked for speed from the rail. Flawless Quality showing up with Arctic Velocity between horses. One Hell of a Girl tugging at the rider early with Kabam. LaRonde is going to be wide early. Then we have the pair of Aussie Hyper and Ellie's Star. Dixie as a Breeze drops back. And the early trailer will be Real Love is Lucky. 12 lengths front to back as they race into the opening turn. Arctic Velocity leads the charge past the opening quarter in 23 and 4. She's being pressed on the outside by Flawless Quality. Danish Cookie is in good position on the inside from third, a half length better than Kabam. 2 lengths back to stablemate LaRonde. Saving ground from mid-pack is One Hell of a Girl. To her outside, Aussie Hyper trying to rally. It's 4 more lengths back to Ellie's Star, who's been joined by Dixie as a Breeze. Still at the back, Real Love is Lucky. Midway down the backside, little is changed up front. It's Arctic Velocity being pressed by Flawless Quality as they reach the half in 48 and 2. Danish Cookie and Kabam continue to race as a pair as they race into the far turn. LaRonde trying to make a 3-wide rally. Aussie Hyper is on the rail. It's 7 lengths back to One Hell of a Girl. Dixie is a Breeze. Real Love is Lucky. And Ellie's Star falling out of it. Just over a quarter of a mile to travel. 3 quarters was 1:13 and 3. At the head of the lane, Flawless Quality trying to get past Arctic Velocity. LaRonde is there. Danish Cookie looking for somewhere to go on the inside. And Aussie Hyper trying to rally. It is Flawless Quality. Here's LaRonde. Aussie Hyper gaining with every stride. LaRonde takes the lead. Aussie Hyper is coming. It's LaRonde. Aussie Hyper. Aussie Hyper gets up under Deshaun Bino. It's Aussie Hyper over LaRonde, Flawless Quality, Arctic Velocity, then Danish Cookie, 139 and 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred action. It is a dreary day here in the Niagara region. Been raining all morning. Off the turf, the main track is sloppy. It is currently 18 degrees Celsius or 66 Fahrenheit under a steady rain. 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping analysis, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 12:15. Be sure to come out on Monday for Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern. Starting at noon, kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Be sure to come out for closing day, Tuesday, October 21st, which will be Fort Erie's Fan Appreciation Day. Post time is 12:15. We'll have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high-five payout. New for closing day this year, we'll have a pair of $30,000 Cup Stakes races, including the Crimson Maple Cup, as well as the Harvest Moon Cup. 2 new Cup Stakes to highlight the closing day action. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $12.39 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. We're having a non-winning ticket draw today at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning tickets and drop them in the basket at customer service to enter the prize draw. Today's prize draw features a Prince of Wales 9D coffee mug. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a new tractor for maintenance this season. And we'd like to say thank you to our new partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. And a shout out to our partners at Downtown Dental Center, where lead dentist and owner Dr. Amika George say your smile deserves the best care. And a shout out to our new partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Pick 5 pools today, guaranteed with pools of $10,000. They begin in races 1 and 3. Pick 4s are guaranteed at $7,500. They kick off in races 2 and 4. Jackpot high-five wagering offered in race 7 today. The carryover is up to $10,829.43. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. Races 1 and 2 are clear. No changes in the first 2 races of the day. In race 3, we are off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. We've got a steward scratch of the number 3, Storm and Dave, take out the 3. Race 4, we have an ownership correction on the number 6, Hyper Holiday. The ownership should read J&K Stable. And a vet scratch of the number 7, Magnetize. In race 5, we have an overweight on the number 6, Moral Turpitude. The rider will be 1 pound over at 120. And a steward scratch of the number 7, Rapture Bay, take out the 7. Race 6 is off the turf. It will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratch the number 2, Modassa. And steward scratch the number 4, Forest Woodsman, scratch numbers 2 and 4. Take note that the number 8, Boston Bay, will race with inserts. In race 7, we've got a vet scratch of the number 2, It's Just Money, take out the 2. Rider change on the number 3, Nichiren, make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. And a rider change on the number 6, Rise My Guy, make the rider Kirk Johnson. Rainy conditions for a Tuesday of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack. $10,000 guaranteed pick 5s in races 1 and 3, $7,500 guaranteed pick 4s in races 2 and 4. Let's take a look at our selections on this sloppy 7-race Tuesday. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going 1 mile and 70 yards to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5. No conditions in this race. It is a field of 6 to kick off the day. A couple of mares will take on the boys here. I thought this was a pretty tough race to handicap. I ended up on the number 4, Mr. Mystiques, who's actually proven to be a popular choice. Mr. Mystiques was in a really tough race last week on September 29th. It was a $10,000 sprint going 6.5, in which Hey Q won by 8.5 lengths and shattered the track record for the distance. Track was very speed favoring. Yesterday, the track was much more closer friendly. Mr. Mystiques has won on the dirt before. Mind you, it was a fast track, not a wet course. The only time he's run on a somewhat wet course was at Mountaineer, which is a very different surface than Fort Erie. I think there could be enough pace in this race that Mr. Mystiques on the drop-in for 5,000 could be competitive. He will definitely like getting back out to 1 mile and 70 yards. Number 1, my 2 Aunt Jones is an interesting player here. He's been kind of disappointing since coming to Fort Erie. He was claimed for 5,000 out of Mahoning Valley in the spring and actually ran a good race at Woodbine at the start of the season and ran a couple of okay races here at the start of the meet, but has tailed off. He's now changed connections, goes for Julie Mathis and Alicia Robillard here. Has a great record over a wet track. The 1 mile and 70 yards is not an issue for him. He likes to go 2 turns. And he ran okay last time behind Have to Reload and Paperback Hero, and he's getting in a lot easier here. So I think my 2 Aunt Jones could rebound. The number 5, Thelonious, ran a huge effort last week on the turf for 62.50. Closed from the back to get beat a nose by Rescue That Girl. Closers did very well in that race. Thelonious has won over a wet track. In fact, all 6 of his lifetime wins have come on the dirt. So he gets back to the dirt after a couple of tries on the turf. He won going 1 mile and a 16th on the dirt back in July. So I think Thelonious, definitely a player. Deshaun Bino with a winner yesterday is riding this one for owner-trainer Armin Concessi. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year. Or sorry, race 2. Yeah, my bad. I'm looking at the number 4 on my program. $4,000 claimer going 6 furlongs, $7,500 guaranteed. Early pick 4 starts here. This is for fillies and mares which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. Field of 6 going to go to gate here. I've gone to the number 3, Sigiriya. Second start off the claim back by the Sharon Chicotto barn. Ran a pretty good third behind Crimson Knights and Ash Carnelli last time for 5,000. Now drops back in for 4, which is what they took her back for. These connections had good luck with Sigiriya at the start of the season. They had 2 wins and 2 seconds with this mare. She ran a good second in her only start in the slot back in July. Should like the extra distance after running 5.5 furlongs last time. Juan Crawford has the call on Sigiriya. I think she looks very live here. The number 2, Silent Passion, is looking for her 3rd consecutive win. Leo Salez riding this one for Nick Malini Jr. Stock the pace, improved best in the stretch to win a 4,000 nom winners of 3 last time, September 23rd. Now graduates to the nom winners of 4 nom one of the year category. And the confidence definitely has to be a factor here. Only concern is that when she ran in the mud back in July, she really didn't fire as the favorite. So maybe she doesn't like the wet track, but I'm definitely willing to give her a look. Then for show, I'm going to go with the number 5, Nicole Song, who ran a game second last time behind Legs Like Flatter. Before that was beaten a neck by Crimson Knights in a very good effort. She's hit the board in 2 out of 3 starts on a wet track, so Nicole Song could be a factor. Chris Husbands rides for Joe Humber. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. $4,000 the claiming price off the turf. Going to go 6.5 on the main track to kick off the $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5. Scratch the 3, Storm and Dave, as we move this race to the dirt. And the move to the dirt really changes this race. My selections have definitely been altered. I ended up on the number 4, Bill Needle. Me and Ashley ended up in the same direction, complete same picks now that we've ended up over a wet track. Bill Needle ran a good third going a mile 16th on the dirt 2 weeks ago. Of all the horses in this race, I think he has the most consistent dirt form. I think 6.5 is a better distance for him than a mile and 16th. I definitely think he's a better sprinter than a router. I know he ran a poor race in the slop 3 starts ago, but it was in a way tougher field than this. I think this is a very good spot for Bill Needle. Bit of a long shot for the second place position is the number 7, Exceed, who's 2 for 6 over a wet track here in Fort Erie. He does better over a wet track than a fast one. He ran a very flat 4th last time for $4,000, but he makes his second start off of a month layoff. Comes back in a week, which is a good sign. We'll see how he runs over the slop with Juan Crawford back in the saddle for trainer Christina Roberts. Then the number 2, Gus's Gamble. Could be a speed factor here. He's been showing speed and just getting a little leg weary late in the 2-turn turf races. He's not great on the dirt, but this is not a great field now that we move to the dirt, and speed can do well over a wet track. Kirk Johnson rides this one for Ken Albu. Race 4 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Late pick 4 pool guaranteed at $7,500. Scratch the 7 magnetize, leaves us with a field of 6. This is a tough one too. We don't have very much wet track form to go on. Some of our main contenders are Woodbine shippers, and those are who I've gone with. My top pick is the number 4, Someday Girl. Ran for $10,000 at Woodbine on September 25th and ran a decent race. Only got beat 4 1/4 lengths despite finishing 7th. Had a bit of a wide trip. She definitely ran better than the 60-1 odds. Shaman Ghosts, I think, have done okay on the dirt. I'm not really sure. We haven't seen a ton of them down here. She's breezed over the training track at Woodbine. And this drop from 10 at Woodbine to 4 down here is just so significant. I think Someday Girl should be more of a factor. And she can show a little bit more speed than she did last time. Last time was a 14-horse field, a lot of traffic. This time she should be in better position. Number 6, Hyper Holiday, exits the same race as Someday Girl up at Woodbine for $10,000. Finished 11th, beaten 7 lengths, wasn't terrible, wasn't great either. Again, huge field of cheap maidens. Some of them are just going to run flat. But she's hit the board a few times at Woodbine. Last 2 starts ago was 3rd, 4 starts ago got beat less than a length when 2nd. She can be competitive at higher levels. She by Hyper out of an English Channel mare, kind of mixed breeding for the dirt. Deshaun Gaskin riding this one for the red-hot Devin Gittins, who's having a fantastic season up at Woodbine. Then for the show spot, number 3, Big Lady, finally made her delayed debut on September 22nd in a short field of maiden 6250s and ran a non-threatening 3rd. She at least has a start under her belt now, could be better with some experience. Melanie Pinto will ride for Desmond Maynard. Race 5 is the feature of the day. It is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're going a mile and a 16th to kick off the final pick 3 on the card. Scratch the 7 Rapture Bay, leaves us with a field of 6. Got another interesting Woodbine invader in this field, and that's the number 3 Yorkville. Yorkville raced on the dirt at Gulfstream Park this winter and did very well. He was able to win an 8,000 non-3 there pretty comfortably. Then later on in March 5th, going a 1-turn mile, he was a game second on the lead in a starter optional claimer at Gulfstream. Those are tough races, those starter optionals at Gulfstream. Yorkville, just a better horse on the dirt than the synthetic, I think. I know his Woodbine form's not great, but a couple of okay races. I just think getting back to the dirt, he's got some speed stretching out to a mile and 16th, and you've got Fraser Abley coming down to ride for trainer Tara Neagle. I think Yorkville is going to be very live in this spot. Number 5, Sunrise Drive, made his first start off the claim for the John Sims barn on September 16th. The track was very speed favoring, and he came from well out of it to be second behind Scat Factor, who's also going to show up here. Sunrise Drive, in his only start over a wet track, was a closing winner, going a mile and an 1/8 for $10,000 at Oaklawn back in March. He's a nice horse. He doesn't have much speed, which is his biggest downfall, but he's competitive against good horses. He likes the wet track. He really is a solid dirt horse. And again, the track was against him last time. It was such a speed-favoring surface. If the track is more closer friendly, Sunrise Drive will be very live. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for John Sims. Then the number 2, Hiatus, the Puss in Boots winner, set quick fractions, was pressed by Scat Factor and got a little leg weary when going 1 mile and an eighth on September 16th. He's going to break sharply. He's going to try and go to the lead. He likes a wet track. He is a horse who can be distance limited. 1 mile and an eighth is probably a little further than he wants, so the slight cutback could help him. It's just going to be about how fast he has to go early. If he can get that breather on the lead, he will be tough to run down. Ishmael Mascara riding for Jeff Voice. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 6.5 furlongs over the main track as this race has been taken off the turf. Claiming price is $6,250 down to $6,000. Late double starts here. I think the move to the dirt greatly benefits the number 3 Grand Spirited, who's dropping in for a tag for the first time for Richard Davis. Chris Husbands, second time in the saddle. He trailed the field in a non-winners of 3 allowance on September 15th. That was a pretty good group. It's Just Money One, Cantucci, and People Are People both dropped in to claim to win their next starts. Grand Spirited ran a pretty good race to be 4th by 2 lengths in the mud back in July, so I think he'll be fine with the surface today. And just this class relief is so big for Grand Spirited. Number 5, Screen Legend, going to be a speed factor here. Was on the lead but was outfinished by Storm and Dave last time, going about 7/8 on the turf. He ran a non-threatening second over a muddy track back in July behind OK Speedy. He's probably going to go to the lead under Kirk Johnson, and we're just going to see how far he lasts, but he won't mind the surface. Then for the show spot, number 7, Play the Dots. He had a win over a sloppy track back in August in a 62.50 non-2. Last week ran second behind the class-dropping Cantucci in a 5,000 non-3. Edgar Zenteno going to be riding this one for Josh Robillard. Again, we know he'll like the wet track, and that has to count for something. Last race of the day, race 7, is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. $6,250 down to $6,000, 6 furlongs the distance, $10,000 in the Jackpot High 5 carryover. Scratch the 2, It's Just Money, so we're down to a field of 8 to close out the card. Number 1, Paperback Hero, overdue for a win this year. He loves a wet track. He has never been out of the top 3 over a wet track. Last time out was second behind Have to Reload, who was taking a class drop. Paperback Hero's run a lot of good races this year. He's dropping in for the lowest tag he's competed for this season, and I think he is the best horse in this race. Leo Salas riding for Roy Augustino and Reggie Johnston. Number 6, Rise My Guy, ran a pretty good second behind the Rapid Grand Ambition on September 15th for this price. He's got Kirk Johnson picking up the mount, who has had plenty of success with this Chestnut Colt son of Cajun Breeze. He was an allowance non-winners of 3 winner back in July. Should be close to the pace. We'll see how he fires today. Then the number 8, Commander Joe, another speed factor here. Makes his first start since September 2nd when he was beaten ahead by Ernie's Martini. Didn't really fire over the slop back on August 17th, got caught in a speed duel that day and labored at the end. I'm willing to give him another chance on the surface as an outside speed horse. Zerrell Ford and Tony Adamo, such a tough combination here this season. Commander Joe, worth a look. 11 minutes to post for today's first race. Best of luck with all of your wagers, and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack, and stay dry.
We kick things off here on the main track at 1.70 miles. It's a claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward, and for the $5,000 claiming price. And looking at this field, honestly, it wouldn't be shocking to see any of these horses land in the winner's circle. And in terms of the top pick, I do go to the number 4, Mr. Meeseeks, who last time out really disappointed, never got going. That was back on September 29th in a $10,000 claiming event. He was in for the $9,000 tag, and he was just at the back of the pack throughout. And you look at the top 2 and even the top 3, some of the bigger names in there. Hey Q ended up setting a track record, got a buyer speed figure that was quite lofty. Stylish Gent sort of did the front end work in there, and Me has just had such a productive season. For Mr. Meeseeks, this is significant class relief, and he is just 1 for 6 locally on the main track. But I do think, based on his recent form, he might be okay here, especially considering last year, late in the season, he was able to win at the 2-turn distance. So he is the top pick. The number 5, Thelonious, to his outside. He might have just raced last week, but the performance that he put in was so gritty. Even though he was the runner-up, it was a win in my opinion. He came up a nose short. He was flying late. A horse that has had all of his wins over this main track, 6 for 30, specifically at the Ford. And his opportunities to go 2 turns on the dirt this year, they've been limited, but the one time that he was able to do that, he was able to win. So I do think this field's a little tougher than that race, even though it's the same level, but with his recent form, loved his effort last time out. His career best buyer of a 69, and now on the surface switch, he'll be fine. He's a major player in here. And then finally, the number 2, Redoubt's Light. He's the old-timer, 10 years old. He has a season this year where he's had 2 finishes, kind of rounding out the exotics, a 3rd and a 4th. And his 3rd place finish came behind Spring Mountain. Strong Ending came back to win next time out. Was at the $4,000 level, but he was able to roll from off of it. That's his running style. That's the horse that he's really been for the last several years, is a deep closer. He will need some pace help in here. We'll see how the track plays with the rain in the morning and the early part of the afternoon, but he's a kind of a solid horse, in my opinion, to use underneath for a minor share. But was torn between the 4 and the 5 and gave the edge to the 4, Mr. Meeseeks. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is My Two Aunt Jones. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Matheson, owner Alicia Robillard. Number 2 is Readouts Light, racing for Radcliffe Racing Stable. Chris Husbands pilots for trainer Ken Smith. Number 3 is Hot Omelette. Cheyenne Kerr has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Hoi Wing Ip and Michael Chung. Number 4 is Mr. Mystique's Amanda Vandermeersch riding. Joan Mitchell trains and part owns with David Weingarten. Armin Concessi owns and trains the number 5, Thelonious. The rider is Deshaun Bino. Completing the field, number 6, Little Fire, Juan Crawford riding for trainer Ken Smith, who owns in partnership with Radcliffe Racing Stable. $10,000 guaranteed early, pick 5 starts here. Starting gate is moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. 9-5 favorite is the number 1, My Two Aunt Jones. 5-2 support on the number 3, Hot Omelet. 3-1 on the number 5, Thelonious. Race 1 starts the $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5. Field is approaching the starting gate. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to load is the 9-5 favorite, My Two Aunt Jones, with Kirk Johnson. Readouts Light and Chris Husbands. Hot Slight delay as My Two Aunt Jones has been apprehended and will be reloaded. My Two Aunt Jones back in. Readouts Light has already been loaded. Now Hot Omelet and Cheyenne Kerr take their spot in gate 3. Mr. Mystiques with Amanda Vandermeersch. Thelonious with Deshaun Bino. Little Fire will complete the line under Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. Hot Omelet was out well with Thelonious, My Two Aunt Jones, trying to show some speed up the inside. Mr. Mystiques also forwardly positioned. Racing wide early is Little Fire, and it's well back to the trailer, Readouts Light. They race into the clubhouse turn, the pace being made by Hot Omelet, who skipped out to be a length clear of My Two Aunt Jones. Mr. Mystiques is racing next with Thelonious between foes and Little Fire racing widest. It's got to be at least 8 more lengths back to Readouts Light. The opening quarter was 24-1. Hot Omelet is on the lead as they turn into the backside. My Two Aunt Jones comes off the rail to track the pace setter. It's 1.5 back to the pair of Thelonious and Mr. Mystiques with Little Fire racing wide, and 10 more lengths back to Readouts Light. 4.5 furlongs left to travel. Hot Omelet continues to lead the charge. Little has changed. My Two Aunt Jones continues to track on the outside as they pass the half in 48-1. Thelonious is third with Little Fire fourth as Mr. Mystiques begins to fall back. Still not involved is Readouts Light. They've still got to run down Hot Omelet. She's opened up 2. My Two Aunt Jones asked for a little more from second with Thelonious on the rail. 2 more lengths to Little Fire and Mr. Mystiques, and Readouts Light continues to trail. They reached a quarter pole. Hot Omelet is drifting out as they turn for home, carrying My Two Aunt Jones a little wide and giving Thelonious plenty of room up the rail. 3/4, 1:12 and 4. It's still Hot Omelet with My Two Aunt Jones, the big challenger. Thelonious on the inside and Little Fire tries to rally. Hot Omelet trying to fend off My Two Aunt Jones, who still hasn't gotten by. Hot Omelet, My Two Aunt Jones coming down to the wire. Hot Omelet proves best. Hot Omelet and Cheyenne Kerr win a neck over My Two Aunt Jones, then Little Fire and Thelonious, 144 flat. Unofficial in the opener, the winner is number 3, Hot Omelet. Second is the 1, My Two Aunt Jones. Third, number 6, Little Fire. And fourth, number 5, Thelonious. Unofficial race 1 order, 3-1-6-5. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 3, Hot Omelet. Hot Omelet is a 6-year-old dark bear brown mare by Jiu Jitsu Jacks out of Catdan, bred here in Ontario by Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Cheyenne Kerr, Hot Omelet is trained by Josh Robillard for Hoiwing Ip and Michael Chung. Third win of the season, an 8th lifetime win for Hot Omelet, who proves best on the front end, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:44 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Hot Omelet. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Hot Omelet pays $10.90 to win, $4.70 and $4.10. Second, number 1, My Two Aunt Jones, $3.40 to place, $2.90. Third, number 6, Little Fire, $3.90 to show. $2 exact, a 3-1, $35.90. The $1 try, 3-1-6, $108, 5 cents. $1 super, 3-1-6-5, $281.90. We're having a non-winning ticket draw today here at Fort Erie. Put your name and phone number on the back of your non-winning tickets and drop them in the basket at customer service to enter the prize draw. Today's prize draw features a 90th Prince of Wales coffee mug. Race 2 has no changes. Post time is in 18 minutes.
Race 2 is for fillies and mares. 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track, a $4,000 claiming event specifically for horses that have not won a race in 2025 or have not won 4 races in their career. I'll kick things off here with the number 2, Silent Passion, who's looking for that 4th career victory. She's been in excellent form the last 2. She's taken a big step forward in terms of her numbers. She sort of went back to her old ways, where when we saw her earlier here in the meet, she was in the 50 buyers. She's finally back in the 50 buyers and has been able to win both of her efforts. I've loved the trips that she's gotten in both from Leo Salas to just sort of sit maybe 2-3 lengths off of it early and make one run. I think that's really helped her a lot. And I think kind of looking at where she lands today, no, she's facing a little bit tougher, that kind of non-winners of 4 or a race in 2025. But I do think this is the right spot for her. So going to use her on top. The number 5 up next, Nicole Song. Looking at her progression this year, she just didn't start off good. And really in those last 2, she's really come to life. Those efforts have been at the 6 furlong distance. She's been in for 4,000. And I actually think the horses that she faced, yes, she faces Rifling again, who she's finished in front of, but legs like Flatter and Crimson Knights, I think they're a little bit better than that level. We know Crimson Knights came back to win in the following effort and was able to do it once again. So that one in a 3-race win streak now. So I like Nicole's Song. I'm curious to see the trip that she'll get. We saw her more forward 2 starts back. We saw her sit a little bit more. I thought she was kind of even though last time out. Would have liked to see more, but she's the one that I think, kind of looking at her, she's trending in the right direction. And then from here, wide open on who to use. I'll go to the inside, the number 1, My Sunny Valentine. A fresh face here to Fort Erie. Now, she does have 3 dirt races under her belt, and none of them really stick off the page, but she's getting significant class relief. And she obviously hasn't had the season that she had last year. When we go back to 2024, she was a 4-time winner from 10 starts, but this year hasn't gone her way. I think the class relief alone is something to really consider for her. And the fact that she has shown early speed and draws the inside, I think that makes her a big threat in here. But I do think she's going to be a very short price, so I look elsewhere for the top spot. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is My Sunny Valentine. Jeffrey Alderson riding for trainer Billy Theranos and owner Mike Cole. Number 2 is Silent Passion, Leo Salas in the saddle. Nick Malini Jr. trains for Pasquale Saiva. Number 3 is Seguria, Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns with Lori Parsons and Jeff Mansell. Number 4 is Rifling, racing for True Stride Horse Racing. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. Number 5 is Nicole's Song. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Passero. Completing the field, number 6, More Savvy, Edgar Centeno pilots for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. $7,500 guaranteed pick 4 starts here. Race 2 field heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. 6-5 favorite is the number 1, My Sunny Valentine. 5-2 support on the number 2, Silent Passion. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Starting gate is in position. Last call to get your race 2 wagers in. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to come up is your 7-5 favorite, My Sunny Valentine, in from Woodbine with Jeffrey Alderson. Silent Passion, looking to go 3 in a row under Leo Salez. Sigiriya with Juan Crawford to gate 3. Rifling and Kirk Johnson. Nicole Song with Chris Husbands. Last up will be More Savvy and Edgar Zenteno. All set. And they're off. Silent Passion and Rifling both broke a step slowly. My Sunny Valentine out well from the inside with More Savvy, Sigiriya and Nicole Song both vying for position. Silent Passion making an advance up the inside, and it's 2 lengths back to the trailer, Rifling. It is My Sunny Valentine, the 3-2 favorite, leading the way a length to Nicole's Song. Silent Passion is into third on the inside after the slow beginning with More Savvy racing widest. Towards the back, Sigiriya and Rifling. 22-4 for the opening quarter. My Sunny Valentine, a path off the rail, is leading the way, giving room to Silent Passion, who's ridden along. More Savvy is 4 wide with Nicole's Song beginning to tire. Rifling has made her way into the pack. That leaves Sigiriya as your new trailer. A quarter of a mile left to go. The half was 46-4, and at the head of the lane, Silent Passion has put the head in front of My Sunny Valentine. Room up the inside for Rifling if good enough. It is My Sunny Valentine now finding another gear, trying to shake clear of Silent Passion. More Savvy racing well down the outside and Rifling finishing on, but My Sunny Valentine, too classy for them, going on to score 3 lengths under Jeffrey Alderson. Rifling was second, then More Savvy and Silent Passion, 1-12-3. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 1, My Sunny Valentine. Second is the 4, Rifling. Third, number 6, More Savvy. And fourth, number 2, Silent Passion. Unofficial race 2 order, 1-4-6-2. Race 2 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's second race, number 1, My Sunny Valentine. My Sunny Valentine is a 7-year-old bay mare by Lookin' at Lucky out of Sunny Ridge Bride, bred in Florida by Dennis Drazen. Ridden to victory today by Jeffrey Alderson, My Sunny Valentine is trained by Billy Theranos for Mike Call. First win of the year and 9th lifetime win for My Sunny Valentine, who takes the class plunge down from Woodbine and proves best on the front end, completing the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:12.3. Congratulations to the connections of My Sunny Valentine. Prices are up. $5 to win, $350 and $260. Second, number 4, Rifling, $440 to place, $320. Third, number 6, More Savvy, $580 to show. $2 exacta, 1-4, $17 even. The $1 try, 146, 73.75. $1 super, 1462, $190, 45 cents. $2 double, 3-1, 72.10. Be sure to come out for closing day. Fort Erie's Fan Appreciation Day takes place on Tuesday, October 21st. Post time will be 12:15. We'll have free programs, prize draws between races, and a mandatory jackpot high five payout. New this year for closing day, we've got a couple of new featured races, including the $30,000 guaranteed Crimson Maple Cup, as well as the $30,000 guaranteed Harvest Moon Cup. Race 3 changes were off the turf. Race 3 will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 3, Storm and Dave. 17 minutes to post.
Race 3 is going to kick off the late pick 5. It was originally carded for about 7 furlongs, and with the weather, moves to the main track at 6.5. It's a $4,000 claiming event for colts and geldings, 3-year-olds and upward. And with the service change, the complexion of this race completely changes for me. And I think, when you look at the dirt horses, I think the true horse in here, there's 2 of them. It's Bill Needle and it's Exceed, and they kind of luck out in here. Maybe this was the intentions to hope that it was rained off, and it worked out. With Bill Needle, last time that was 3rd best behind If You Insist, and he's a shooter. That was going a mile and a 16th. He's going to cut back in distance. I actually like the cutback for him. Looking at his form late last year, he sort of came to life at the $4,000 level. He was a horse that was able to pass horses late, but we'll see what the tactics end up being for him. My one concern is, in terms of early speed right now, he doesn't have a ton. With the way the track might play, that might work against him, but I do think the dirt experience gives him an edge. So Bill Needle on top, the 7 Exceed. I think the concern is, does Exceed try to go somewhat? They tried these tactics late last year where he was sent a little bit harder from the gate, and it worked out fairly well. Now, his form in his last 3 has not been good, but if you go back to July and even June of this year, he has performances that would certainly beat this bunch, but his numbers have really trailed off in here, and I just wonder if he, just has the edge here just because he is a little bit more of a dirt horse, in my opinion. So we'll see what's going to happen. I do like that Juan Crawford that's going to climb the back aboard, knows him very well. And then finally, the number 2, Gus's Gamble. I know the turf races have been pretty good lately. Last time out, though, faltered, and you look at the way the race played. Complexion completely fell apart, and horses were really rolling late in that event. I think when you go to his dirt form, it's not the best, and you can see that as you go down the page, but there have been times where he's been okay on the dirt, especially when he's shown speed, and I think that's a little bit of a key thing with Gus's Gamble, is he has shown more speed as of late, and if those are the tactics, maybe Kurt Johnson will just send him from the gate here and hope to get kind of lucky on the front end. So a very murky way to kick off this late pick 5 sequence. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000. We are off the turf, so race 3 will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Society Joe. Cheyenne Kerr riding for trainer Lauren Spada and owner Catherine Morissette. Number 2 is Gus's Gamble. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Scratch the 3, number 4 is Bill Needle. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Eleanor Tonguzo. Number 5 is Rescue That Girl, racing for Candace Warwick. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart. Number 6 is Bongino. Leo Salas riding for trainer Nick Molini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickedans. Completing the field, number 7, Exceed. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Christina Roberts and owner Joy Elkins. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here in race 3. We are off the turf. Not much time left for race 3 wagering. 8-5 favorite is the number 4, Bill Needle. 3-1 on the number 2, Gus's Gamble. 9-2 on the 1, Society Joe, and the 5, Rescue That Girl. Race 3 field is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your late pick 5 wagers in. Race 3 field is at the starting gate. It is now post time. Bill Needle, your 3-2 favorite. First to load is Gus's Gamble, who's backed in. Kirk Johnson to climb back aboard. Society Joe and Cheyenne Kerr to the rail. Society Joe goes up. Almost, anyways. And now Society Joe has been secured. Bill Needle at 9-5 with Chris Husbands comes up next. Rescue That Girl with Alexis Sanchez. Goes in. Bongino with Leo Salas. Last up will be Exceed with Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. Bill Needle broke slowly. Exceed out well from the outside with Gus's Gamble. Bongino is next in third on the outside of Rescue That Girl with Society Joe racing in fifth, and Bill Needle can see them all. They race out of the chute and onto the backstretch. 5 furlongs left to travel. Gus's Gamble and Kirk Johnson make the pace a length to Exceed. It's a gap of 3 to Bongino racing alone in third. Then we have Rescue That Girl being joined by Bill Needle on the outside, and Society Joe is the new trailer. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. It is Gus's Gamble who's leading clear into the turn. Exceed is alone in second. Asked for a little more now with Bongino third. Bill Needle is into fourth. Still 8 lengths to make up on the leaders. Society Joe and Rescue That Girl at the back. The half was 46 and 2. Gus's Gamble still moving comfortably on the front end. Exceed is second. Bongino swings wide from third, and Bill Needle needs to do better from fourth. At the head of the lane, Gus's Gamble has been unchallenged throughout, and he's opened up 5 lengths. Bongino getting into second past Exceed, with Bill Needle closing down the far outside, but Gus's Gamble getting stronger as the race gets longer. Gus's Gamble and Kirk Johnson going to dominate this field, going on to an 8-length score. Bongino going to hold second from Bill Needle. Exceed was fourth, 118 and 4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 2, Gus's Gamble. Second is the 6, Bongino. Third, number 4, Bill Needle. And fourth, number 7, Exceed. Unofficial race 3 order, 2, 6, 4, 7. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 2, Gus's Gamble. Gus's Gamble is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Gamble's Exchange out of Trepose, bred here in Ontario by Gus Diakalukas. Ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson. Gus's Gamble is trained by Ken Albu for Six Brothers Stable. A dominant front-end win, Gus's Gamble's first win of the year and 4th lifetime win, completing the 6.5 furlongs in the slop in a time of 118 and 4. Congratulations to the connections of Gus's Gamble. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Gus's Gamble pays $6.50 to win, $3.70 and $2.30. Second, number 6, Bongino, $4.40 to place, $2.80. Third, number 4, Bill Needle, 210 to show. $2 exacta, 2-6, 24.30. The $1 try, 264, 26.05. $1 super, 2647, 88.50. $2 double, 1-2, 29.40. And the $1 pick 3, $116.80. On screen now, the place photo from race 3. Be sure to come out on Monday, October 13th for Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern. Starting at noon, kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Race 4 changes, an ownership change on the number 6 Hyper Holiday. The ownership should read J&K Stable. Vet scratch the number 7 Magnetize. 20 minutes to post.
Race 4 is 4 fillies and mares, maiden claimers in for the $4,000 tag, and they will contest here at 6 furlongs on the main track. We'll kick things off here with the number 3, Big Lady, who's a second-time starter. She's by big screen in the Des Maynard barn. She gets blinkers on, and you kind of look at her race last time out. She really wasn't in a hurry early. She did end up rallying from off of it to finish third in there, and it was the 6,000. Do I think it's that different, the group that she's facing today, while she's in for 3,750? No, but I do think, having a race under her belt gives her a little foundation. She can take a step forward here. She had a couple of weeks to regroup, and kind of look at her mom. I've always been, a big fan of hers, Lady Murray, who we know did a lot of good things here locally at Fort Erie. Showed some speed. She didn't show her mom's speed on debut, but I do wonder if she'll be a little bit more in the mix against this group. So she is the top pick. The 5, Crimson Forest, tried to steal it on the front end last time out, and she's a filly that she's shown speed in both of her starts, but she was able to hold a little bit better here. I shouldn't say a little bit better, a lot better here on at the main track, where she finished second behind Ringbit. She did go off favorite in there, which was a little shocking in the wagering. She took a lot of late money, but I thought it was a good performance. That was at 5.5. She is going to have to go further, which maybe is a little concerning, but at the same time, she has another race under her belt, so she could certainly take a step forward. And then finally, the number 6, Hyper Holiday here for Devin Gittins. She's 0 for 20. There's no getting around that, but she hits the board about half the time. And I think the concern with her on the dirt is she hasn't shown a lot of speed in her last couple. She's rolled from off of it. But I do think Deshaun Gaskin's going to have to put her more in the mix early and kind of center a little bit. But you just wonder if the class relief alone is something that can wake her up. And we can't forget that she does have dirt experience. She did race at Assiniboia. She was rolling from off of it in those races. So we'll see if she's able to close here or be a little bit more forward. To be very curious to see what Hyper Holiday can do. But went with the horses that are a little bit more lightly raced, that being the number 3, Big Lady, and the 5, Crimson Forest. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $16,800. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering, the pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 4 post parade number 1 is Ring It Up. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Rosalie Raphael. Number 2 is Not Your Honey. Amanda Vandermeer's in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tammy Humber. Number 3 is Big Lady. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner RCC Racing Stable. Number 4 is Someday Girl. Leo Salas in the saddle for trainer Patrick Dixon and owners Kim Miller and Kevin Bryan. Number 5 is Crimson Forest. Cheyenne Kerr in the saddle for trainer Ken Smith and owners John Carey and Archie Lee. Completing the field, number 6, Hyper Holiday. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Devin Gittins and owner J&K Stables. Scratch the 7, late pick 4 wagering starts here in race 4. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Starting gate is in position. Last call to get your race 4 wagers in. 2-1 favorite is the number 4, Someday Girl. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First up is Ring It Up with Chris Husbands. Stablemate Not Your Honey with Amanda Vandermeersch. Big Lady with Melanie Pinto. Someday Girl and Leo Salas. Crimson Forest with Cheyenne Kerr. Last in will be Hyper Holiday and Deshaun Gaskin. All set. And they're off. Pretty level beginning. Crimson Forest is out best with Big Lady showing some speed. Not Your Honey on the inside in third with Hyper Holiday racing wide. Ring It Up is saving ground from fifth, and the trailer is Someday Girl. It is Crimson Forest and Cheyenne Kerr who have shot clear to a 5-length lead. Big Lady racing off the rail in second with Ring It Up now third past Not Your Honey. Someday Girl trying to advance on the inside of Hyper Holiday. The opening quarter was 22-4. They race into the turn, and it is Crimson Forest freewheeling on the lead. Big Lady second, Ring It Up third. Someday Girl with momentum trying to rally. Hyper Holiday on the far outside, passing Not Your Honey. They've got a lot of work to do to catch Crimson Forest. She's opened up 7 lengths at the quarter pole. A half mile and 47 flat. It's Crimson Forest well in charge at the head of the lane, but Someday Girl has been mustering momentum for quite some time. Crimson Forest starting to tire. Here comes Someday Girl from last, sweeping to control. Big Lady swings to the outside, getting into second. Up the inside, Ring It Up. From the back, Hyper Holiday also coming, but Someday Girl powerful in this last to first score. It's Someday Girl and Leo Salas by 4. Hyper Holiday second, then Big Lady, Ring It Up, Crimson Forest, Not Your Honey. 1-14 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 4, Someday Girl. Second is the 6, Hyper Holiday. Third, number 3, Big Lady. And fourth, number 1, Ring It Up. Unofficial race 4 order, 4-6-3-1. Race 4 is now official. Now back to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's 4th race, number 4, Someday Girl. Someday Girl is a 3-year-old bay filly by Shaman Ghost out of Queen of the Bay, bred here in Ontario by Norse Ridge Farms. A last to first score under Leo Salas, Someday Girl is trained by Patrick Dixon for Kim Miller and Kevin Bryan. Someday Girl breaks her maiden in her Fort Erie debut, lifetime start number 7, completing the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:14 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Someday Girl. Race 4 is official. Prices are up. Someday Girl, $480 to win, $240 and $210. Second, number 6, Hyper Holiday, $240 to place, $210. Third, number 3, Big Lady, $370 to show. $2 exacta, $4.6, $840. The $1 try, $463, $19.80. $1 super, $4,631, $46.60. $2 double, $2.4, $18.60. And the $1 pick 3, $26.35. We had a claim out of race 4. The number 5, Crimson Forest, claimed by Robin Osborne, moves to the barn of trainer George Newland. Fort Erie Racetrack would like to recognize our most loyal customers: Pete and Sue, Roy and Joanne, Earl Carpenter Sr. and Jr., Derek and Diane, Ralph and Rico, Jeff and Bob. These dedicated race fans have been earning rewards from our loyalty club by attending the track this season. If you want to join the loyalty club and start earning rewards like these folks have, head over to customer service for the details. Race 5 changes an overweight on the number 6, Moral Turpitude, 1 pound over at 120. Stewart scratched the number 7, Rapture Bay. 19 minutes to post.
Race number 5 is a starter optional claiming event for Colton Geldings at 1.16 miles here on the main track. And it's an interesting group because several horses in here exit a key race on September 16th. That was at 1.125 miles. That was an allowance event. And when you look at how the race unfolded, Hiatus did his thing. He went to the front, but it seemed like he did himself in because he went too quick early on and then didn't have anything left at the 1.125 mile trip. So curious to see the tactics in here and how it'll play out in terms of the top pick. I will go to one of the horses that exit that race, but the second place finisher, the number 5 Sunrise Drive here for John Sims. First off the claim, they went in that spot. They went in 1.125 miles. It was just off of 15 days of rest. A very fresh face to the barn, and he didn't break the best, and then from there he tried to roll from off of it, and he was able to. And I think for his running style, I know you go down the page and you look at his dirt races, he's always been far back, but when you start to look at some of his other races, I don't know if he wants to be that far back. I think he has the ability to be a little bit closer at least. Maybe not a ton, but a little bit. That might help his chances. Hopefully the speed unfolds once again in front of him and that he can have a late rally. But I think he's very intriguing second start now in the barn. And Amanda Vandermeersch rode him in that first start at Fort Erie. Climbs back aboard. I think that only helps both of them. Now, from here, the number 4 Scat Factor was the winner of that race. And he sort of chased Hiatus and put the pressure on a little bit throughout and was able to win in a horse that obviously has shown that he does want to go long. We saw that late last year in September. We saw that in some of his other races where he closes from off of it and he runs out of real estate. So for him, nice to see him back in the winner's circle, getting his third career victory. He's obviously a major player in here, and he's a main threat, and he's going to take a lot of love. Alexis Sanchez has been aboard for his last few, climbs back aboard in here. And then finally, the 2 Hiatus. Hiatus, he's 4-1 on the morning line. I am so curious to see how the wagering money is going to sort itself out with, say, a minute or 2 minutes to post, because he's a horse that I think if he's a big price, you're kind of getting a little bit curious. And if he's short, you're doubting yourself. You're doubting he can do it. I will say he can be very dangerous if he makes the lead easy. And if he can go, softer fractions than he did last time out, he could still wire this field. That is not out of the realm of possibilities. He certainly can do it on the front end. So I think everyone else is going to hope that he gets pressed in here. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but certainly watch the tote board on Hiatus, as he could still win this, even though, he was defeated last time out at 1.125 miles. So really nice starter optional claiming event here. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have today's non-winning ticket prize winner. Could Jennifer Backus please head to customer service? Once again, that's Jennifer Backus. Congratulations, you have won today's non-winning ticket prize draw. Please head to customer service to collect your prize. Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is a starter optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're traveling a distance of 1 mile and 1/16, competing for a purse of $24,150. Race 5 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 5 post parade number 1 is Fast and Ready. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Number 2 is Hiatus. Ishmael Mascara has the call for trainer Jeff Boyce, who owns with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atto. Freedom Farms Limited own the number 3 Yorkville. Fraser Abley riding for trainer Tara Neagle. Number 4 is Scat Factor. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Allison Jennings and owner Logan Freitz. Number 5 is Sunrise Drive, racing for Deborah Fletcher. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer John Sims. Also racing for Deborah Fletcher and John Sims is the number 6 Moral Turpitude. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Scratch the 7, final rolling pick 3 of the day coming up here in race 5. Starting gate is in position. Race 5 field is approaching the starting gate. We've got 3 2-1 co-favorites. The number 5 Sunrise Drive, the number 3 Yorkville, and the number 2 Hiatus. This race starts the final rolling pick 3 on today's card. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to go in is Fast and Ready with Chris Husbands. Gate 2 for Hiatus and Ishmael Mascara, currently the 2-1 favorite. Yorkville with Fraser Abley. Scat Factor, a last out winner with Alexis Sanchez. Favoritism shifted to Sunrise Drive, now at 3-2. Still waiting on Scat Factor. Scat Factor goes up. Sunrise Drive at 9-5 with Amanda Vandermeersch. Last in will be the Gray Mare, Moral Turpitude with Jeffrey Alderson. All set. And they're off. As expected, Hiatus is out well, but Moral Turpitude being hustled to put some pressure on with Fast and Ready on the inside from third. Yorkville forwardly placed from fourth. It's a gap of 3 to Sunrise Drive, and the early trailer will be Scat Factor. They race into the clubhouse turn. It is Hiatus, a length on top of Moral Turpitude. Fast and Ready is stalking from the inside in third, racing 2.5 lengths better than Yorkville. A gap of 3 to Sunrise Drive, racing alone in fifth, and Scat Factor continues to trail. The opening quarter was a snappy 23 seconds flat. Hiatus gone quick early, being pressed by Moral Turpitude. Biding his time from third is Fast and Ready, Yorkville in mid-pack. Scat Factor getting past Sunrise Drive as they race down the backside. Hiatus continues to lead the charge. He went the opening half in 46 seconds flat. Sprint fractions here with a half mile to travel. Moral Turpitude is still there from second, being joined to the inside by Fast and Ready. Scat Factor has made a 3-wide advance into fourth past Sunset Drive and Yorkville. 3 furlongs left to travel. Hiatus looking to take them gate to wire. Moral Turpitude has been attending the pace throughout. Fast and Ready is third. They're taking closer order from the back with Scat Factor moving well in fourth. Sunrise Drive on the inside with room, and Yorkville now trails. 3/4 was 112 flat at the head of the lane. It is still Hiatus on top. Room up the inside for Sunrise Drive if good enough. Here comes Scat Factor 3 deep as Moral Turpitude tires. Scat Factor puts the head in front of Hiatus, but Sunrise Drive has saved all the ground. It's Scat Factor. Sunrise Drive trying to come up the inside. Scat Factor has the advantage. Scat Factor has a head in front, and Scat Factor will prevail. Scat Factor over Sunrise Drive, then Hiatus and Moral Turpitude. 145-1. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 4, Scat Factor. Second is the 5, Sunrise Drive. Third, number 2, Hiatus. And fourth, number 6, Moral Turpitude. Unofficial race 5 order, 4-5-2-6. Race 5 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's 5th race, number 4, Scat Factor. Scat Factor is a 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by the Factor out of Scatgal. Robert Marzilli bred the winner here in Ontario. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, Scat Factor is trained by Allison Jennings for Logan Freitz. Back-to-back wins for Scat Factor, his 4th lifetime win in 21 starts, proving best in a stretch duel to complete the mile in a 16th in a time of 1:45 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Scat Factor. Race 5 prices will be up shortly. Prices are up. Scat Factor pays $13.90 to win, $5.10 and $3. Second, number 5, Sunrise Drive, $3 to place, $2.10. Third, number 2, Hiatus, $3.30 to show. $2 Exacta, 4.5, 30.30. The $1 Try, 4.52, 53.15. $1 Super, 4.526, $258, 10 cents. $2 Double, a pair of 4s, 25.40. $1 Pick 3, 52.45. $1 Early Pick 4, $178, 10 cents. And the $1 Early Pick 5, $1,892, 55 cents. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Race 6 is off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 2, Modassa, and the number 4, Forest Woodsman. Scratch numbers 2 and 4. Take note that number 8, Boston Bay, will race with inserts. 17 minutes to post.
Late double time here in race number 6. It was originally carted for the turf course at about 7 furlongs. It moves to the main track at 6.5. And these are horses that are non-winners of 3 life in for the $6,250 tag. And I'm not going to stray away from my original top 3. I think they all can handle the main track, but I will sort of, I don't know, jumble up the order. And I do go to the 3 Grand Spirited on top, who going to be a fairly short price in here, maybe a very short price when it's all said and done. He's been in this barn of Richie Davis for 4 starts now. He's never been in for a tag. And you just look at the horses that he's faced in there. They're better. Glitton Daddy's Eyes, People Are People, Cantucci, Name of the Game. Just, I think he's been against tougher. He's finally in for a tag. He is a dirt horse where others in here obviously were aiming for the grass. So he will be the top pick for me. I think this is the right level for him to get his 3rd career victory. The 8 Boston Bay, I think maybe selfishly, I think he's more of a turf horse. I think when you look at his form, the way that he's stuck around in those grass events this year, he hasn't gotten it done, but he's been very close. And his numbers are not that different on the dirt. His record, obviously, on the main track is quite good. I thought he was pretty even last time out, and he did chase some swift fractions. So the track that day, 22-1, 44-3. Pretty fast there when you consider their 4,000 non-winners of 3 life. So we'll see how the track plays for him today. I do think he's at least worth a look here for the Miners, and he does join a new barn who claimed him last time out. Gets a new rider aboard today as well. And then finally from here, the number 5 Screen Legend. He's a danger if he goes to the front. He almost was able to hold off Storm and Dave last time out, but he sort of gave up in that final 16th or so where you could just see Storm and Dave was cruising at that point. But Screen Legend, you also have to factor in his dirt races. They're kind of either good or they're bad. There's no in between for the most part with him. I think his 2nd place finish 4 starts back on the dirt was very good. Okay, Speedy was much the best, but Screen Legend was clear of the rest of the field. It was a short field, but obviously he just was the 2nd best horse in the race, and he has dirt races where we can see if he's forward, he could be a real menace and danger in here. Kirk Johnson climbing back aboard him today. So interesting way here to kick off the late double. As always, good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. We're off the turf. Race 6 will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track, competing for a purse of $21,150. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Santiago Salsa. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Howard Keene, who owns with Ben Canhigh. The 2 is Scratch. Number 3 is Grand Spirited. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Screen Legend. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Julie Mathis and owner John Brown. 6 is Ontario Holiday. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Hey Ho Stables. Number 7 is Play the Dots, racing for Dubraj Pochin. Edgar Centeno rides for trainer Josh Robillard. Completing the field, number 8, Boston Bay. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg and owner Ascot Stud. Late double wagering starts here in race 6. We are off the turf. Race 6 field is approaching the starting gate. Not much time left to get your Race 6 wagers in. Even money favorite is the number 3 Grand Spirited, 5-2 on the number 8 Boston Bay. Late double wagering offered here in the 6th. Not much time left to get your wagers in. Race 6 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the first leg of today's late double. 7-5 favorite is the number 3 Grand Spirited. Off the turf here in race 6. First in is Santiago Salsa with Alexis Sanchez. Grand Spirited with Chris Husbands. Grand Spirited proving a bit difficult. Goes up. The Gray Screen Legend with Kirk Johnson. Ontario Holiday with Juan Crawford. Play the Dots with Edgar Zenteno. Last up will be Boston Bay and Melanie Pinto. All set. And they're off. Grand Spirited was out well with Boston Bay to the outside and Screen Legend trying to split foes with Ontario Holiday also in close order early. Santiago Salsa pretty close along the inside in the early running, and the early trailer is Play the Dots. The first 5 are bunched up by about 2.5 lengths. It's Grand Spirited with the neck in front of Screen Legend. Boston Bay is watching from the far outside in third with Ontario Holiday splitting foes. Santiago Salsa on the rail. 3 more lengths back to Play the Dots at the back. The opening quarter was 23-3. They raced within the half-mile pole, and Grand Spirited and Screen Legend continue to battle on the front. Boston Bay stalks from the 3 path, opening up 2 lengths on Santiago Salsa, who begins to tire. Ontario Holiday and Play the Dots trying to make a 3-wide rally. Grand Spirited and Screen Legend have been head-and-head every step, setting things up nicely for Boston Bay as they pass the half in 47-3. Play the Dots has rallied into fourth, gaining ground on the leaders as they swing for the drive. Still 3 across the track. Grand Spirited on the rail with a short lead from Screen Legend and Boston Bay 3 deep. Play the Dots trying to come from last. This battle continues with a 16th of a mile to go. Grand Spirited and Chris Husbands. Screen Legend Kirk Johnson. Boston Bay Melanie Pinto. Grand Spirited has the advantage. Grand Spirited wins. Grand Spirited a neck to Screen Legend, then Boston Bay and Play the Dots. 120 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 3, Grand Spirited. Second is the 5, Screen Legend. Third, number 8, Boston Bay. And fourth, number 7, Play the Dots. Unofficial race 6 order, 3-5-8-7. Race 6 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's 6th race, number 3, Grand Spirited. Grand Spirited is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Shaman Ghost out of Granny Broughton, bred here in Ontario by Norse Ridge Farms and Delaware Run Farm. Chris Husbands with the winning ride. Grand Spirited is trained by Richard Davis for Hesty Sport. First win of the season and 3rd lifetime win for Grand Spirited, who battles back on the front end and completes the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:20 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Grand Spirited. Race 6 is official. Prices are up. Grand Spirited, $480 to win, $330 and $210. Second, number 5, Screen Legend, $470 to place, $220. Third, number 8, Boston Bay, $210 to show. $2 exacta, 3.5, 18.10. The $1 try, 3.58, 20.35. $1 super, 3.587, 34.90. $2 double, 4.3, 32.30. And the $1 pick 3, 61.30. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $12.39 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Race 7 changes. Vet scratch the number 2, It's Just Money. Rider change on the number 3, Nichiren, make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. And a rider change on the number 6, Rise My Guy, make the rider Kirk Johnson. 16 minutes to post.
We round things out here on the main track at 6 furlongs. A really nice claiming event here for the colts and geldings. $6,250 is the claiming price. And I'm going to turn my focus towards the outside of the starting gate, that being the 8 Commander Joe and the 9 Ernie's Martini. And we'll start with Ernie's Martini from the outside draw. This one for Kevin Buttigieg, who owns this one in partnership. You look at his year, and it doesn't seem like he really liked Mahoning Valley. He actually had a huge issue in one of those races where, he went down there and lost his rider, but was able to regroup. And his just first few races here, he didn't have the trips. He never got the flow that he needed, or he got into trouble. And just these last 2 starts, everything has been good for him. He's been able to be close to the pace, make one run. Chris Husbands has rode him beautifully in those. And I think off of the last out effort especially, I think he's the horse to beat. Obviously making it 3 in a row can be difficult, but I do think he's the horse to beat. If anything works against him, maybe a little bit it's the post. Luckily, though, he's on the outside. He has enough speed that he should be able to, get in front of some horses and get a similar trip to those last few. So Ernie's Martini on top. The 8 Commander Joe up next here for Icon Racing, Antonio Adamo. He has been a horse this season that at his best, he certainly could beat this field. He looked very good here back in June. Next start, obviously, he had issues in there, lost the rider, and then was claimed out of there. And in his last 2, sort of gotten mixed results. He didn't seem to handle the slop 2 starts back, and he just faltered late in there and faded towards the back of the pack. But when he was able to regroup last time out, he did all the hard work on the front end. He sort of set it up for Ernie's Martini, unfortunately, but I thought he was very game. The 7-year-old didn't want to be passed. Love seeing that for him, and making the 3rd start for this barn, I think he is obviously a major contender for the top spot. So Commander Joe, Ernie's Martini, they are the main 2, and then from here I think it's wide open. If you're looking at, say, the Super High 5, I think this is where things get really, really interesting. You can maybe get some prices, and maybe you'll get a price on top. I don't think those 2 will be prices, but if I was looking at someone that was a price horse, it was the 7 Always Away. First time in the barn of Sharon Sakata, last time out on September 16th. Was 3rd, split that field mid-pack, but I thought was moving in the right direction late. And it was just contrast in terms of the trip compared to what we saw 2 starts back, where this one was forward. And I actually prefer him sitting just off of it. I'm hoping that's the trip that he gets. Commander Joe is likely going to go. He needs a trip sort of like Ernie's Martini, but I do think he's an interesting type in here. He's a younger horse. He's 4 years old. And I think there's a lot of upside to him. So we'll see if he can compete with this group today, as it's still a salty group of veterans, but Always Away would be my price underneath. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,150. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering, the carryover in excess of $10,000. Race 7 post parade number 1 is Paperback Hero. Leo Salas riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Scratch the 2, number 3 is Nichiren. Deshaun Gaskin picks up the mount for owner trainer Marilyn Johnston. Number 4 is Big Time Louie racing for Even Stevens Stables. Cheyenne Kerr riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 5 is Star Scholar. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Number 6 is Rise My Guy. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount for trainer George Newland and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Number 7 is Always Away. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owners Mike Newell and Jim Vatier. Number 8 is Commander Joe. Zerrell Ford riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 9, Ernie's Martini. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Kevin Buttigieg, who owns with D. Snowden. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in race 7. Race 7 field moving into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your jackpot high five wagers in. 2-1 favorite is the number 8, Commander Joe, co-favored with the number 1, Paperback Hero. Starting gate about to take position. Last call to get your race 7 wagers in. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Commander Joe and Paperback Hero still co-favored as we begin to load for the nightcap. $10,000 in the jackpot high five carryover. Paperback Hero steps up under Leo Salas. Nietzscherin with Deshaun Gaskin. Big Time Louie with Cheyenne Kerr. Last out winner Star Scholar with Amanda Vandermeersch. Rise My Guy and Kirk Johnson. Always Away and Juan Crawford. Commander Joe and Zerrell Ford. Last up will be Ernie's Martini and Chris Husbands. Goes up, all set for the nightcap. And they're off. Big Time Louie was out well with Nietzscherin to his outside. Moving up towards the rail is Paperback Hero with Rise My Guy and Star Scholar forwardly placed. Ernie's Martini racing widest towards the back with Always Away and Commander Joe. Very tightly bunched group they are across the racetrack, no one looking to get to the rail. Paperback Hero puts a narrow nose in front of Nietzscherin and Big Time Louie. Star Scholar and Rise My Guy next with Ernie's Martini racing very wide on the course on the outside of Commander Joe. Always Away takes back to trail. The opening quarter was a contested 22-4. They are still 4 across the track. Paperback Hero, Nietzscherin, Big Time Louie, and Rise My Guy. Star Scholar is tracking this quartet, asked for a little more with Ernie's Martini. Commander Joe next, and Always Away trying to come from last. The half was 46-1. They swing for the drive, and now Paperback Hero lets out a notch and opens up 2 lengths. Rise My Guy is there from second. Ernie's Martini trying to make a wide rally with Always Away from last, but it's Paperback Hero. He's up by 3. He's opening up. Paperback Hero and Leo Salas get the job done. Paperback Hero over a closing Always Away, then Rise My Guy, Big Time Louie, and Star Scholar. 6 furlongs in 1:11-2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 1, Paperback Hero. Second is the 7, Always Away. Third, number 6, Rise My Guy. Fourth, number 4, Big Time Louie. And fifth for the high five was number 5, Star Scholar. Unofficial race 7 order is 17645. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's 7th race, number 1, Paperback Hero. Paperback Hero is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Speightster out of Page Dancer, bred in Kentucky by Kidder, Cole, and Kidder. A riding double on the card for Leo Salas. Paperback Hero is trained by Roy Augustino for Reggie Johnston. First win of the season for Paperback Hero, his 9th lifetime win in 44 starts. He completes the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:11:2. Congratulations to the connections of Paperback Hero. Race 7 prices are up. $5.40 to win on Paperback Hero, $3.20 and $2.40. Second, number 7, Always Away, $8 to place, $4.50. Third, number 6, Rise My Guy, $4.60 to show. $2 exacta, $1.7, $36.30. The $1 try, $1.76, $113.15. $1 super, $1.764, $570, 20 cents. 20-cent high five, $1.7645, returned $415.59. The carryover for Monday's card will be $12,408.71. $2 double, 3-1, $23 even. The $1 pick 3, $62.50. $1 late pick 4, $254.75. $1 late pick 5 returns $723 even.
Okay, we got a claim and closing report.
We had a claim out of race 7, the number 8, Commander Joe, claimed by owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. Jackpot high five carryover for Monday's card will be $12,408.71. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping analysis, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. Post time will be 12:15. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a new tractor for maintenance this season. And a shout out to our new partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. And a shout out to our new partners at Downtown Dental Center where lead dentist and owner Dr. Amika George says your smile deserves the best. And we'd like to shout out our new partners at All-in-One Legal. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the racing week here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us here this week. We will be back next week, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 12:15. Don't forget that Monday will be our Track-a-Lantern Day, so bring the kids out in the Halloween costumes. From all of us here at Fort Erie, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night, and we will see you on Monday.